Hello, it's Joe. How are you guys? Good morning. I know I'm a little bit late today, my bad. I really wanted to take my time to go through my new warm-up routine and make sure I hit everything and cover all the stuff that I need to, especially because my violin lesson's tomorrow, so I want to be ready. See you for Dusty. I think I saw you were getting a new computer today. I did a quick skim over while I was just, pouring my cup of coffee and stuff. For Rashid, yes, I started taking violin lessons again. And so far I've only had one lesson, but I feel like I've been really taking my time to take the corrections and go through them slowly and precisely. I'm glad you guys liked the top. I didn't know if it was going to be like too out there. Last week I showed you guys like a little mini haul where I ordered 2 new shirts, well, old shirts because they're thrifted. So last week I had my Neighbor Totoro, that little button up, and this was the other one I got that I showed you. Just like a sheer, fluffy, floofy moment. I can never say no to a necktie, so when I saw the necktie I was like, oh, I gotta get it. It's very floofy. Fungal, thank you. How are you today? I was saying it made me feel like a fancy composer today. Oh yeah, I teach as well, so I'm going to be teaching lessons and receiving my lesson in between teaching lessons. You can never stop learning, you guys. Welcome for Blocka. I always love that entrance. Is that face from something, or I don't know if I should ruin the mystery of it too. I should probably just accept it for what it is. For Fungal, welcome, and Keldon, Jojo, Iocane, Powder, what's up? Neckerchiefs and Joe go hand in hand. That was hard for me to read. Thank you. I'm embracing my love of a good neckerchief. Let's see here. My lord, thank you so much for a resub for officially over a year now. It means so much to me. And just thank you for always having your lovely personality in chat. Not getting annoyed with me calling you my lord whenever I see you. Cathadora Tripwire, what's up? Petzels, thank you. Thank you for the top compliment. I appreciate you. How are you doing today? MJ, what's up? You realize how good you do for those of us going through times, Joe. Thanks for bringing some joy through your music. Oh, MJ! Thank you. Thank you so much. Believe it or not, it's something, I always tell you guys kind of what I'm thinking, what I'm going through. Love you too, for Will. You sweetheart. Yukizo. I like that name. Robin, what's up? Thank you for anonymous spooky bits. Thank you very much. It's a character he made in Dark Souls. Interesting. But now I need to scroll up to find out who he is. Let's see. Thank you, by the way, for Aquashot for 11 months. We had Melon Lord just passing a year and Aqua just approaching a year. Very exciting. Thank you very much. Both of you guys get priority requests if there's anything you'd like to hear. I do know the songs that you tend to like for Melon Lord, but if you'd like to pick which one I do or something different, please let me know. But yeah, otherwise I've been doing really well. I had a bit of a rough start this year. Rashid, thank you for 5 gifted subs and unleashing the Franks. Go, my children. Go. Rashid, thank you. I really appreciate that. And again, that does give you a priority request if there's anything you'd like to hear. Ooh, we have Havana. That would be fun. I haven't done that for a bit. Thank you guys. I was saying how, admittedly at the beginning of this year, I had a pretty rough start. And I felt really sad a lot of the time. But I've been really sitting down and trying to actively work through it. And I really feel like it's working. I really cut back on my drinking. I'm making sure I only have like a beer on the weekends at this point. I've been running every single day. Adjusting my diet. I feel like I don't eat enough, especially when I'm stressed. So like I was late today because I realized I didn't have breakfast yet. And I was like, stop focusing about being on time and just have a damn bowl of cereal. You dum-dum. Yeah, it's been lots of fun, Rashid. I will say it does make that beer on the weekend so much more enjoyable. Soporific vacuum? Soporific vacuum, there we go. Thank you for the follow. So yeah, I'm just really making moves to try and stack myself up to be happy. I was like, why am I expecting to be happy if I'm like not doing these things that I know will make me feel better? So it's been a push, and I really feel like I'm starting to click with it a bit. So I'm happy. It's nice. And thank you guys for getting me through those rough couple months. I appreciate it. I'm honored, Blanca, to be included with the face. We have my face and that face. Man, I can rock like 3 bowls of cereal and not even think about it. I always look at the box that I pick up. I'm like, this will last me like 3 days. And I get like the mega size family one. MJ, thank you for a resub for 2 months now. Thank you. Or 2 month streak, my bad. 5 months total. But please let me know if I can play you something. I'm gonna do a couple warm-up songs if that's okay, and then dive into our priority requests, which is Havana, Fairweather Friend, and whatever my Lord Melon Lord would like. If you're wondering why I'm looking up here occasionally now, I used to have a monitor up here, but I moved it over here. So all of my events and the song lists and everything is up here. So I'm not just staring into the void, thinking about the big questions of life. Okay, and that's what I'm saying. I always buy, which is like, I feel embarrassed at the supermarket because I'm shopping for one person, but I'll get like 3 family-size boxes of cereal for my cart. Thank you for totally reasonable. I appreciate that. Cool. I think I'm gonna do warm up with something I'm very comfortable with. So I'm gonna do improv over a soundtrack I know fairly well, which is the Polybridge soundtrack. James, thank you for 100 bits. Thank you guys for a hype train right away. I really appreciate it. I feel silly whenever I don't play on a hype train, but I'm trying to embrace just talking more casually on stream and not trying to strategically plan it between like how many minutes I've been talking or whatever. That's what I used to do a lot. Oh, before I start, coffee cheers, everybody, or water or tea or whatever you got. Thank you for spending some time with me, and I'm excited to try and get a little bit better at music today. Nice. Okay. Thought I paused that. There it is. for 1,000 bits. Thank you. And Makawaka, thank you for gifting a sub and your late donation yesterday after stream. I saw that. Thank you. Andrew, what's up? I miss you. I've been, oh, nobody knows when you're down and up? I haven't done that in a long time. That will be fun. I've been, kind of changing my first improv to have the same focus of my scales and vibrato warm-ups that I've been doing, where I'm just thinking about my corrections. Those of you who have been here consistently over the past week have been hearing me go through my corrections. Andrew, I started taking violin lessons again, by the way. When are you home? I miss you. We should have like a hangout or something soon. I hung out one-on-one with Jillian last week, which was really fun, but we miss you. Right on time. Work is going to be more bearable now listening to you play. Thank you, Sam. I'll try and not play too many bum notes. Vlog a Novel, thank you so much, by the way, for the raid. I really appreciate it. And how are you doing today? Please let me know if I could play you something. Let's see. Oscillatate? Wait, oscillates. Is that better? Thank you for the follow. So, the corrections I'm going to work on today. I've been trying to think of particular technique things to fix for each stream. I had 4 big notes from my teacher, and I had a good success yesterday with extending my fourth finger out. I play like this. And I need to have it here. So very slight change. So I think I'm gonna try and work on extending my fourth finger. Much harder than you'd think. Oh, Alana, what's up? Thank you so much for the raid. I'm just getting started. I've only done warm-ups at this point. Is there something I could play for you to say thank you? I'll just do a bit of noodling over this track, a bit of improv if you'd like, but please let me know. And please follow Alana if you aren't already. She has an incredible voice, beautiful songwriter, looping, all the instruments, you'll love her. An original? Okay, we got Fairweather Friend up there, so I'll do that after I do just a second more of playing. Just got started. It's over. That's always what happens. I always do it when it's over. You could see halfway through, I realized my pinky wasn't straight, and I was like, all right, let's prepare to do Fairweather Friend for lovely Alana. I need to get my Soundbrenner metronome, which is charging over there, so I'm just gonna grab that real quick. It's my vibrating metronome, so I can feel the pulse, and you won't have to hear the tick-tock, which I know can bother some people. The metronome click? Yeah. Not everybody, but I had a couple people reach out to me and they're like, I really don't like it. I was like, my setup, I don't know if I can fix it. There is a way in Ableton to reroute that metronome, but that's for one computer. I have two computers connected with a mixer, and with that setup, it is not possible to have it rerouted where only I can hear it. So I had the choice of trying to do everything on one computer or finding a new strategy, and I decided to try this vibrating metronome, which I will admit was a challenge at first, but I really like it. I feel like it's challenging me to view being on time in a different way. And after about a month and a half of using it, I feel pretty solid. Do I need him? No. Yeah. Cool. Fairweather Friend. So in order to use the metronome, I just have to open the app, use Bluetooth to sync it up to Ableton, so they're both directed. If I change the tempo on the leg control, it changes it in the program, which is great. And we'll go from there. Mamsel, thank you for a resub, by the way. I really appreciate that. 11 months, that's wild. Thank you, mysterious anonymous gifter. Oh, now it's coming back to me. Wonder who did that. All right. Let's see how like 90 feels. This is my metronome. That's the TikTok. So I'll turn the TikTok off. You can see it's going. Let's see. Oh, sorry, violin. I think that actually feels like a good tempo. It might be a little slower than what I typically do, but it's really relaxing. Hey, compliments in the house. What's up? I don't know if I got Greg or Alicia or both. Either way, it's always great to see you guys. How are you? All right, here's my original Fairweather Friend. I hope you like it. Cheers with a cup of coffee. I'm doing really well, Greg. Thank you for asking. How are you? Greg Leisha. We are one. Okay. Let's see if I can get it first try. I do hope so. Okay. One. Hey, first start. Hell yeah. Let's add strings now. Cool. Love you, Maru. What's up?
never one to believe in things like destiny or meant to be. None of those strange happenings seem to want anything to do with me. Wouldn't it be nice to have a kind of life where I could only see my here and now? 'Cause I know it would do me good, but I'm scared I've forgotten how. Help me remember my fair weather friend. I am only trying to capture my own happily ever after before the end. I don't have forever, please, fair weather friend. Wherever you've been, just know I'm listening. Take me back when my days were full of play dates and make-believe. I was unstoppable and anything was possible, so happy-go-lucky. I'll admit I've fallen in the habit of fearing my best days have come and gone. Just for now, I'm trying to act as if my best has yet to come. Help me remember my fair weather friend. I am only trying to capture my own happily ever after before the end. I don't have forever, please, fair weather friend. Wherever you've been, just know I'm listening. Bye bye, bye bye, bye bye, bye. I'm my own fair weather friend. Bye bye, bye bye, bye bye, bye. I'm my own fair weather friend. Bye bye, bye bye, bye bye. I'm my own fair weather friend. Bye bye, bye bye, bye. I'm my own fair weather friend. Bye bye, bye bye, I'm my own fair weather friend. Bye bye, bye bye, I'm my own fair weather friend. Bye bye, bye bye, I'm my own fair weather friend. I was unstoppable and anything was possible. I'm my own happy-go-lucky fan. I'll admit I've fallen in the habit of fear my best days are come and gone. Just for now, I'm trying to act as if I'm my own fair-weather fan.
Userface, I saw that you said you were just popping in to say hello. If you're still here, thank you for the resub. Thank you. Also, it's so good. I'm seeing so many more familiar faces coming back in. Noki, it's great to see you. Jill, of course. Imaginary City, how are you guys? Kingster, great to see you again. Victorian era. Yeah, I found this on my used thrifting clothing journey, and I just fell in love with it as a neckerchief. I was like, I have to have this. Makes me feel like Beethoven. I was gonna do a big old top bun today with it, but I thought it just looked a little too much, a little old lady like. Sniper, what's up? Lorenzo, welcome in. How are you today? Ooh. Had an eyelash in my eye or something. Thank you guys. Go for the extra. You guys want to see the top knot with it? Username is secret. So much hair. Like, it's a little much with it. Oh, you want the glasses too? Butley, thank you very much. My darling Poopington. How about that? You guys like the top bun? I can keep it in if you want. Perfect. I feel like I need to like stick a pencil in it or something. There we go. Gorgeous. Now we'll leave it in for a bit. Let's see here. Books on astrology. That would be right in between nonfiction, out of this world section, and next to Why Baloo's So Damn Handsome section. Oh, my pointer's up there. It's not centered though. Let's see. Drudge, thank you for the follow, as well as Lutano's sister, Coach Shipley. Thank you all of you guys for the follows. I really appreciate it. I think I need a glow stick. Why a glow stick? I feel like you guys are making fun of me, LH. You cannot be serious right now. I feel like I look so silly right now. Daniel, how are you? Okay, okay. You guys are so nice. Thank you. I think it's just also kind of like a vulnerable moment when you have long hair and you pull it all back so you can just see the face so clearly, where it's just like, oh, I don't like that people can see my face. I did try it untucked. I think it looks okay untucked. Like that. But I don't know. I feel like then it looks a little too... I need fashion help, everybody. I need your help. Is that a thing, the long hair thing? Yeah, for sure. At least I have hair, fair. Let's see. So we got through one priority request. We have a bunch of these already. Let's do... Oh, we actually have an Alana song in here with Andrew drumming on it. Man, Andrew, you came into the Twitch space and then like I turn around and you're working with like Missy and Alana. I'm like, oh damn, Andrew's playing. He's doing his stuff. Okay. Let's try and do some improv over one of Alana's songs. Over here. All right, and then I do some improv over this, and hopefully it will sound nice. I'll do my best. Is this it? I'm confused. So, that was the right song, right? It was beautiful. The World Was Lonely. It said featuring Andrew Core though, and I kept waiting for drums and I got really confused. Did I play the right thing? I'm very confused. I'm like panicking confused. Sophie, thank you for resub for 21 months. Thank you so much. Does this look better untucked? Should I tuck it in? Did it look better tucked in? I'm confused. I'm panicking. I'm actually panicking. Was that right? Over here it just says it's 3 minutes. I'm confused. Tie another bow? There's no more bows that can be tied. Yeah, on Spotify that's it fades out here. And then it's a different song. Oh my god. I opened it and I pressed play, but it went for my playlist, not Alana's song. That makes so much more sense. I was like, this sounds like video game music. I was like, I really enjoy it. In fact, I'm going to learn that one. Melancholy. Great. Oh my god, I was panicking. That was so confusing. I was like, I mean, I don't feel like Alana would record without her singing on it. I was confused. That was hard. All right, maybe Andrew's on this one. We'll see. Here we go.
When it started, it wasn't so sad. We told jokes and hung out and made plans. Thought we'd open a bar in the back. Quit a job, start a business instead. Then all at once, the world was lonely. It took so much to keep us apart, though I know it's right. It doesn't make it easier to say no tonight and be on my own again. We forget there were months in that year. Meet for coffees without any fear. Escape the city for just a few days. Trying to clear our heads with fresh air and space. Then all at once, the world was lonely. It took so much to keep us apart, though I know it's right. It doesn't make it easier to say no tonight and be on my own again. Doesn't mean that I love you less. Just 'cause I won't come inside and forget. I miss board games and laughing out loud. Just wanna hug you before I head out.
I got kind of like self-conscious partway through because I was like, man, I feel like in regards of improv, I'm not doing anything too special, but I didn't want to overplay on it because it was really pretty and had such a nice flow to it. And I guess like hearing Andrew's restraint too, I was like, I can't play too much over this. This just needs a little bit, just a little bit. I saw a lot of people being like, this is so great. Where can I go to find this? It was the lovely soul who rated us earlier. Incredible. Alana Maddie. So make sure that you guys go and check her out. I'm doubting myself. Am I pronouncing your name funny? Elena? Alana. It's Alana, right? Oh my gosh, I'm scared. There's a lot of fear happening in the first part of stream here. The bun was fun, but it's pulling at my head and it feels uncomfortable. I don't want it anymore. No more. Banana. Alana. I knew I was saying it wrong. Because I feel like whenever I raid her, I hear Elena saying her name properly. And I'm like, oh, wow, I should remember that. That's very embarrassing. I'm very sorry about that if you're still here. Banana. Elena. I'm like having trouble with that. Anyway, cool. Did you buy a computer, Dusty? That would have taken an impressively short amount of time. Let's see here. It's a real struggle. Let's do... Is it okay if I change the order of these songs? I feel like it will make it a bit more of a flow. Let's do Sight of Spira, then Nobody Knows You When You're Down and Out, and then Havana. Oh, wow. That was really quick. I feel like that took you no time at all to pick that out. What did you go with? And we're going to do Sight of Spira next for my load. This one. Oh, I need my music. Duh. I probably have it memorized, but might as well get it out. Here we go. Proper music. I got the wrong binder out. Of course, I gotta get the Final Fantasy one. Come on. I guess I'm still waking up. Jeez. Hey, Narmac, how are you? And Wax, good to see you as well. How are you doing today? Here it is. Sight of Spiral. Okay. Could you see I was very lost for a moment? acoustic do-over. I got scared without my reverb, but I don't want to rely on it, so I just gotta go for it. Go. That's a bit better. I'm really focusing on trying to get my fourth finger extended for most of today's practice session. Let's see. Next up, we're going to do Nobody Knows When You're Down and Out. I kind of just want to play the guitar and sing on this one. It's such a classic kind of blues melody that I feel like it doesn't need a fancy loop or anything. So I'm going to sing and play this on guitar, and then we're going to do Havana for Aqua Shot. Let's see. Nobody knows you when you're down and out. LM. Got it. What am I stuck? Oh. Sometimes my headphone wire gets wrapped around the kick drum pedal, and it feels exactly as if someone is under my desk yanking me underneath, and it scares me every single time. I'm just like, oh, the monster under the desk is trying to drag me under again. Oh, my heart's racing. Maybe I'll just finger pick it. Yeah, let's just finger pick it. All right. Nightcrawler, thank you for the follow, by the way. That's what it felt like. It was scary. Also, Rashid, thank you for a resub. Thank you. All right, get it low enough so the guitar can get picked up too. Once I lived the life of a millionaire. Spent all my money, I didn't care.
I took all my friends out for a mighty fine time, drinking bootleg whiskey, champagne and wine. Then I began to fall so low. Lost all my friends, had nowhere to go. If I could get my hands on $1 again, I'd hold on to it till the eagle grins, because nobody knows you when you're down and out. In my pocket there's not one penny, and as for friends, well, I don't have many. But when I get back on my feet again, that's when I'll meet my long lost friend. It's mighty strange, and without a doubt, nobody knows you when you're down and out. Ba-da-ba-da-ba, da-ba-da-da-da-da-da-ba-da-da-da-da. Nobody knows you when you're down and out. In my pocket there's not one penny, and as for friends, well, I don't got many. But when I get back on my feet again, that's when I'll meet my long lost friend. It's mighty strange, and without a doubt, oh, it's mighty strange, and without a doubt, oh, it's mighty strange, and without a doubt, nobody knows you when you're down and out.
Joked. Well, now I feel like a jerk laughing at that. I don't know if it was a joke or, sometimes jokes are rooted in truth. That's how mine are. I'm kind of in the same boat, for what it's worth. I just sit and practice all day. I gotta keep this on. We're gonna do Havana next. Mm-hmm. Man, I do say, when I get started on the morning streams, I feel so comfortable. It's such a pleasant thing to just be able to sit down and make music right when I wake up in the morning. It's nice. It's like the sun's coming out too. It's been very overcast in Nashville this week, but I've been welcoming it. It's starting to get to that very hot temperature here in Nashville. Last week it was like getting up to the 90s for when I was going for my run. It was very stressful. All right. Next up we have a loop performance of Havana. Here it is. I hope it stays cool. Yes, I didn't do my run yet today. I felt a bit of tension in my I have to close and open the app. It got kind of funny for a second. I was feeling a bit of tension in my left calf, and I was like, oh, maybe I should take a break. I've been running every day for a couple weeks. Aramon, thank you for the follow, by the way. But I'll see how I feel after stream. All right. Got to connect the metronome with Bluetooth. It's synced up. I'm already hooked up to the computer, it seems. Yes. Awesome. Delete all these tracks and we're going to start from scratch. Scricky scratch. Foam roll all those knots. I do gotta get one of those. I don't have one. I'm trying to think if I have something around the house I could use that would be similar. Like a can or something. It just like breaks open. There's beans all over my floor or something. Battle Knight, welcome. So tired, 1 week, couple hours a day of VR, not easy. I hope you get some rest soon. Roller stick thingies. Normal if you run every day. Like I got worried for a second is it felt like the back of my heel when I just like took my first couple steps out of bed this morning was really, there was like a pain. Yes, I've gone through quite the change, but I am in fact still Alana. Don't be fooled. Don't leave. I need you. I'm kidding. I think you realize she raided me. I was very lucky to be the target of raid love. Let's see. Kingster, I'm 31. Thanks for rubbing it in. How dare you ask a lady her age? Oh, you didn't ask. I'm just open about it. I feel like a lot of people, once they turn 30, want to hide it and they're embarrassed about it. And I had those feelings, admittedly, being a streamer, but I'm trying not to just care anymore. Whatever. I look fly still. I don't care. It's fine. Still got a lot of life ahead. I thought you were 25. Thank you. Let's see. Then I just get my tempo set here. They took me back to oh, but my heart is in the fan. 110 feels pretty good. I am a 90s baby. I barely fit the criteria to buy those jeans, but I bought them, damn it. Okay, so I'm hitting the and of 2, and as long as I land on the 3, I should be matched up. 30s gang, what's up? Oh. There we go. Might bump it up like a couple more. Let's try 114. Okay. Let's see if I can get it first try. I hope. I want to get the melody. I got it. Damn it! Whatever, it's fine. Piano! Oh, wait, Sorry, I realized that I did fall a little bit behind. I probably could have gotten away with it, but I want to add drums too. I want to fix it. Sorry. It sounded bad. I don't want it to sound bad. Stop making fun of me. Okay. That was short. piano's plugged in. I could feel it. I could feel it. But one, two. God, I keep getting behind. Yeah, it was bugging me too. Ah, yeah. I think that was it. Yeah, that's better. Okay, now piano.
I am particular if I feel a little off. It would bother me for the rest of the song. Half of my heart is in Havana and he took me back to his Atlanta and oh, but my heart is in Havana. There's something about his manners. Havana on the night. Havana on the night. Havana on the night. Havana on the night. He didn't come up with that to end. He said there's lots of girls that I can do it. I knew him forever in a minute. And Papa says he got Milo in here. Got me feeling like ooh, oh, oh, oh. I knew it when I met him. I loved him when I left him. Got me feeling like ooh, oh, oh, oh. And then I had to tell him I had to go. Na 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 na, Havana in the eye. Half of my heart is in Havana in the eye. He took me back to his Atlanta in the eye. Oh, but my heart is in Havana. There's something about his manners. Havana in the night.
There we go. Got a smoother build on that one by the end. It's kind of tricky with that one because with Ableton, you want them all to start on the same point together. So bum ba boo ba dun. My violin part I record, I have to start on the bum ba ba da da dun, and then click the pedals so it all connects together in the end. So it's kind of a funny way of thinking it, but it gets there. I don't know if that made any sense or not. I could have explained that better. Thank you guys so much. Thank you. Aramon, thank you for the hearts. I love hearts. Love me a good one. Twin, thank you for the follow. Philip for 150 bits. Thank you very much. That was very generous. Aramon for the follow. And Kvadrex, thank you for the follow. And that's all our priority requests for now. Those are still open for anyone who might want to pop one in. Hello, Riley. How are you? I don't think I can do Berkeley because their application deadline is passed for the fall. Oh, no. I mean, I think it's always worth it to ask an email, to send an email or make a call just in case. You never know if you don't try, you know? Budley Poopington. Oh, go, Franks. Go, go. Please. You're ready to go into the world. My children. Go. Budley Poopington. You sweetheart. You. Thank you for gifting 5 subs. Thank you. I know a couple of songs you like. Is there a particular one you'd like to hear today? Wait, Num, what's your mom's favorite? Also, hello for Num the Geek. Make sure you guys are following Num the Geek if you aren't already. He is an absolute sweetheart, and he plays all the instruments in his wonderful company. The incredible Kevin. Downstream Moon Kadite. I'm glad you picked that one. I wanted to do it, but I didn't want to take your choice from you. It's like I gotta let Butley pick. This is Butley's moment, not your moment, Jeff. Catchy stuff so far? I hope so. Oh, I've heard the parody, Kevin, and it's pretty good. It's pretty strong. Let's see. I'm actually quite hype. I was gonna say hypey instead of happy. I'm happy with this thrift find. I didn't know when I bought it if it was just gonna be like a huge fail or not, but it's fun. It's different. I like it. I like both the tucked in look and the untucked one. Most of you guys know I'm like absolutely in love with finding old used clothing and giving them a new life, and this is one of my newest finds, and I thought it was just kind of fun. Describing clothes as fun makes me feel old. I feel like old people describe objects as fun. Like a mug with like a crazy pattern on it, and just be like, oh, isn't that fun? Joe. Okay. So we're doing Downstream. From Braid for my darling Butley Poopington. You ready? You have your guitar? Making sure. Okay. I love the stationary Frank after the army of Franks just saying, Frank's tired. Frank's tired. It's been making my heart so full to see whenever we raid someone lately and like the chat gets flooded with the blue bops or the Franks just like jamming along to the music. I'm like, oh, look at that. That's so sweet and adorable. The Franks are running amok. They're dancing along. Thank you guys so much. I covered up my... There it is. For Philip, thank you so much for the bits, by the way. Thank you very much. And Rashid, thank you. That piece has come a very long way. Like, I remember way long ago when I did the collab with 88-Bit Music, we decided to have my song list be like the one that people would choose from because he knew a lot of it. And someone picked Downstream, but I would only play the beginning part on my stream. So we got through the beginning part and he started going in the fast section, but I hadn't learned it yet. And I just made something up. I didn't play anything that was correct. I just played like improv along with it. And I always think about that when I do the new section now. I'm like, oh man, I wish I could just redo that moment so bad when I played through this that time and I had no idea what I was doing and I just played all the notes I possibly could. But hey, it's another little symbol of growth, right? So I guess that's nice. Let's see. Porg! How does that say 16 months? Jeez. That is insane. Thank you, Porg. I appreciate it. For sticking around me through thick and thin, I appreciate you so much. And please let me know if there's something I could play for you. I'd really appreciate to play you something. Or show my appreciation. That's what I meant to say. Thank you, Loader. You guys know how much I love thrifting and old used clothes, and I found this one, and I just thought it was so interesting. Like, completely sheer with this big, fluffy moment ascot. I was like, my classical side needs this. Especially as I started taking violin lessons again. I'm just going to wear this every violin lesson now, and Julia will look at me and be like, do you change your clothes? And I'm like, this is my classical shirt. She can like see the stink fumes coming off of me. Now I want to do that, but I don't want her to be concerned and stop, teaching me because she's disturbed by me. Full Baroque style in your lessons. I know I got like a powdered wig and everything. Rose, what's up? It's good to see you. How are you doing today? Powder my hair. Well, we just did a whole bunch of priority requests. I think from that last piece, what I'd like to do next is Spring Radiance from Fire Emblem. It's a really pretty piece. And I think the orchestration might complement the last one a bit. Not as like folky, but still a nice... you'll see. And this will be a good one for me to work on my fourth finger technique today. I admit that this is a piece I get kind of nervous to play. I haven't found a way to make it super comfortable yet, but it's getting there. What's gonna make me really uncomfortable is doing an acoustic run through, so I should do that. And then I'll reward myself by doing my my Monster Hunter Generations pieces. I think those are the two I'll do after this one. Hey! Ghost Ninja! Thank you so much for a resub for 4 months now. I really appreciate you. Thank you. Okay, let's see if I can get this clean acoustic. That should be a bigger bow. Okay. I'm already scared of it. Just go. Okay, better. I think my biggest critiques were notes that I could just hear I was hesitating or scared to play. My goal with this one is to focus on getting those fourth fingers in tune and placed correctly first, and then worry about vibrato. I'm so worried, I think, about making these notes vibrate with vibrato that I'm not worrying about putting them in the right place more than anything else, which is what I should be doing. So that's going to be a piece y'all might hear me come back to a fair amount over the next couple weeks. Yes, it's a really good one in regards of targeting a particular skill I'm not that good at yet that I want to get better at. Let's see. So next up, I'm going to do a lovely piece called Burna Village from Monster Hunter Generations. And then I'm going to do Poke Village. I hope everyone's having a nice week so far. I know we're still in the beginnings of it. I have a really busy week this week. I have tonight a band rehearsal with Creature Comfort. And tomorrow I teach my lessons. I get a lesson. And then I have a photo shoot with Tails in the evening. Thursday stream. Friday stream rehearsal. And then Saturday I have a show. So jam-packed week here. But it's all stuff I really enjoy. And I get to do it all with people I really like. So that's pretty good. Oh my god, Jill, it's so cute seeing Gab and then like the alpaca. It looks like they're both like facing each other, all cozy, hanging out. That's really cute. Super cute. Glitzy Pixie, what's up? Love this shirt. Thank you very much. Thank you. I just got it. Let's see. Next up, Burna Village. Burna Village. This one. All right. Tuck that elbow back, Joe. Man, you could see like a big difference with me playing a piece that I feel really comfortable with. It was just so flowy and natural and nice and connected. I love that song. Thank you for the follows, by the way, from Chris and Onomatopoeia. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I was gonna do another Monster Hunter Generation song if you guys want to stick around to hear it. It's a really pretty song. It's very relaxing. Sugar Fat Man! After this, I'm gonna do Little Root Town. I practiced it yesterday. Yes, I wanted to work on my technique and intonation and everything. And I think it was a little better yesterday. So maybe I can channel that for today's playthrough too. There we go. Poke Village. I got scared for a moment because chat went still, which is totally fine. But whenever it has gone still in the past, it usually means that my internet went down. So halfway through that song, I was like, oh no. But then I saw the cozy emote and I was like, oh, okay, we're fine. We're fine. But if anything, I'm quite flattered because it means you guys are just chilling, just letting it roll. House lessons with Julia going really well. Or Stulia are you combining the name with the other name? I have my second lesson tomorrow, and I've been working really hard on the exercises she gave me and with the advice. And she told me to focus on like one correction per stream. So for today, I'm really working on keeping my fourth finger extended and above the fingerboard and not tucked back behind me. And bonus points if I use my elbow over here to direct string changes more than my wrist. So those are the things I'm thinking of, but I'm excited. I'm excited to see her tomorrow and just continue to have it keep on rolling. I'm very determined. Fungal? Boop, beep. Summertime's not on the list. Do I know it by ear? Let me try and figure it out by ear for a second. Happens here. Right? Something kind of like that. La la la. go. I'm glad you like that one for Sugar Fat Man. These are two, I think, really understated, or not understated, just not very well known, beautiful home themes from games. They're so cozy. And speaking of home themes, let's do your song, Little Root Town. And then I'll do some instrumental loops for us. Hope everyone's having a nice morning still. Let's see, Aura Fantasy, what's up? I have actually not played Harvest Moon. I'm aware of it. One of my roommates in college really loved Harvest Moon. Let's see. I'm just putting it in another tab to remind myself to check out the soundtrack. There we go. Oh. Little Root Town. Here it is. I think before I start this one, I want to do some a cappella check-in moments to make sure I'm ready and just as warmed up as I can be. Because this one, I wrote the music for it relatively high. It was one of those things where when I wrote out my music, I realized I'd have to make it a little too high or a little too low. And I decided to try a little too high. It's a home theme. Oh yeah, like hometown themes, like from games. Those are my favorite. They're always so comfy. Okay. I gotta get that more on the side. Better than last time I did it. Those high notes are getting a lot cleaner. I feel happy now. I'm also noticing the bass line. I should learn this on the bass like that other Pokemon loop song that I do. Oh, let's do this one. I hope you guys don't mind that I'm doing more sheet music this morning than loops. I promise I will do loops. But kind of feeling the music right now. A Soul of Tadlos? Thank you very much for the raid. How are you doing today? I was just doing some video game music, but I also do loops and sing on top of them if there's anything that I could play for you. Let's see. Thank you, Sugar Fat Man. Thank you. I worked really hard on my high positions for that one, and I know I can work on my vibrato being a little less stiff in the higher positions, but you know, there's always things to work on and improve, and it's one of the reasons I love violin. It's also one of the reasons I get mad at it sometimes because there's always something to work on, but it's just means that there's always something else to do. I wanted to do Priscilla's song, if that's okay with y'all. And then I think I'm going to take like a 1-minute break just to run downstairs to fill up my coffee cup. I want some coffee.
Dream come the morning, your
Lilac Sweet? killed the moment. Ooh, my bad. Natch, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. And before I take my quick break to fill up coffee cup again, why don't I do Toss a Coin as well? I like this song. Morteza, welcome. How are you today? And Trank, hello. How are you? I love the little Charmander emote chasing its tail. It's really cute. Toss a coin to your witcher. Aggressive harp. Fun, 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 fun. You guys remember that video? Wait a minute. Who are you? It's some internet gold. It's like my favorite video of all time. But anyway, I'm going to take a quick break, run downstairs, fill up my coffee cup, and then when I come back, let's do some loops. I haven't done much looping today. And do like some singing, and it'll be fun. Thank you guys for sticking around and the support and the warmth and all the loveliness. Thank you so much. I will be back in just, let's say, a minute and a half. Maybe 2 minutes. Okay, I'll be right back. You guys are awesome. Morteza, thank you. Thank you. And for Two Frey, thank you as well. Welcome. I promise I'll be right back. Oh, I didn't realize the mic wasn't on, my bad. I just sat back. You didn't miss anything crazy. Let's see. I was having such a nice time doing tracks that I want to have a smooth transition into loops. Sometimes I worry about the transition not being like cohesive enough. But the first one I turned to, I'm like, yeah, I could dig that song. And we just did kind of like a medieval vibe with The Witcher, so I'm gonna do my loop arrangement of A Winter's Tale from Skyrim. It's a cool song. It's like kind of that pub tavern vibe. And I was gonna play over the track when I first heard it, but I realized that the track is half by like a quarter step. And I was not wanting to adjust my violin to it, so I just decided to loop it. But I'm glad I did. I think I made a cool product. Let's see. Loops. Video game music. Cool. So I did pre-record the guitar track for this one, and I'm just gonna layer strings and accordion, and we'll just go from there. Fresh cup of Joe. Cheers, everybody. I want to savor it while it's hot, because I know the next time I have a chance to get a sip, it's gonna be cold. Okay. Oh, I need to grab actually one thing. Welcome back from your lurking for Jules. How are you today? I hope you're doing well. Let's see. Nightwind, thank you for the follow. Okay, let's see. Here we go. Check, check. Let's make sure that guitar is not too loud. Oh. Uh-oh. Oh, never mind. We're good. Okay. Man, I don't know what was up with me today with the Irish whistle. I got it a little while ago, Rose. With overblowing. Yes, if you blow, there's like two notes that can come out. So I'm trying to figure it out. But then if you I have to like push it out a bit harder. That's a bit better. Yeah. That one's coming together much smoother. Trying to think. I don't think I should actually change anything. I was like, maybe I should add a different instrument or substitute it. I was going to say Baloo doesn't either, but Baloo doesn't like any of my instruments, which is why he's never in this room. He's only in this room if I'm not in the room. And then if I work in the office too late, this is my cat, by the way, he'll scream at the door for me to leave, and then sometimes just goes behind the bed once I leave. I'm like, were you literally just screaming at me to give you your room back? This is my room, Baloo. You jerk. I think what I'd like to do next is a more involved loop, but I really like it. We're going to do a town with an ocean view from Kiki's Delivery Service. I want to work on another Studio Ghibli loop at some point. I don't know which one I'll do, though. For the Pigs Official, it's good to see you again. I've been getting to see you like once a stream lately. It's been really nice. How are you? Let's see. I think out of all the Studio Ghibli films that I've seen, at least, I think Kiki's Delivery Service is my favorite. It was mostly because I felt like I really connected with it, being a young girl who moved to a new place without any idea of what I was trying to accomplish or what my goals really were. And I just moved there with my cat and figured it out. So I really like it. Let's see. So for this one, I start with the pizzicato, and then I build that B section. So that means I should do my foot pedal triggers. Here, 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 and here. Might as well do another one just in case. For Pig Official, I'm doing very well. Thank you for asking. Joe remembered how to fly? Oh, from Kiki's Delivery Service? I was like, what? What are you talking about? I can't fly. Okay, I think I'm ready. Here's the loop arrangement I put together for Kiki's Delivery Service, a town with an ocean view, and I hope you like it. Thanks for spending some time with me this morning. Hey, Chuck. Thank you so much for a raid. I really appreciate that. I'm just building a loop right now, but if there's something I could play for you after this one, please let me know. Thank you. to introduce you guys to my brand new instrument. You guys have asked me to get spoons for like over a year now. So I got spoons. I'm still figuring out technique and stuff, but I got the beginnings of like... There. Anyway, let's play the piece. Yeah, I just bought a beginner set. I guess I have been thinking about spoons, getting spoons for so long now that my Instagram ads suggested this pair of spoons to me, and I was like, I have to get them now, clearly. It's a sign. It's a sign. I have no choice. I just have to buy the freaking spoons. So I bought the spoons. Hooray. They're described as a beginner set, so that's probably why they're much quieter. I've just been working with a metronome to make sure I can get them pretty even and like concise. There's 2 more sizes up that maybe I'll move on to. Yeah. More fun things. Let's see. Let's do a quick and easy loop after that one. And then I'll do a singing song after this. I'm kind of craving making a loop of the Final Fantasy VIII overworld theme, Blue Fields. It's really simple. I might have to do that if it's not too close to when my band rehearsal is. Oops. I got a band rehearsal tonight with Creature Comfort because we have a show on Saturday, which I'm really excited about. This better not cut into the washboard time too much. Don't worry. I actually figured out a new rhythmic thing on the washboard that I was practicing last weekend, which I'm quite enjoying, yeah. Otto von Skidmark. What a powerful name. Really bold, fearless name. Dusty, don't give it away. I had to practice. Someone delete that. Pencils. Fast. A little late, but tripwire in for the kill. It's gonna be a surprise. For those who didn't already read it. Let's see here. No, you're fine. I like to introduce one bit of chaos at a time. What happened? Exactly. Alright, so we are gonna do Blue Fields from Final Fantasy VIII. And for this, I do need to use my metronome. Most of you guys know by this point what this is. This guy is, but this is my vibrating metronome. I use to make loops so that I don't have to hear tick-tock in my ear. Instead, I just feel the rhythm with this. Oh, I hear the trash man. I'm still like a child. I get excited when the trash person comes. I like seeing the truck lift up the barrel. I just think it's so cool. Beluce, thank you for the follow, by the way, as well as 21 Words and OG, and Chuck again for that raid. I really appreciate you. Bang Cooking came in on the last raid. Sound amazing. Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. But if any of you are looking to try out the vibrating metronome, I do have a partnership with them where if you use my code JoeClearySB, you get 20% off. Don't worry, that truck sound will be gone in just a moment. So I set up the metronome with my Ableton program and then sync them up with Bluetooth. Connect. They aren't cheap for sure, but luckily you only buy one and then you only need one. And I'd only really suggest it for people who are active practicers and want a different way to practice. Let us see. Zombie Girl Kisses, thank you for the follow. Oh, you know what? I'm actually going to do this in 3/4. It will be easier for me to see and feel it. So let me fix that real quick. Cool. So I'm going to tap my tempo. It should be like bloop, 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 bloop. Yeah, that feels good. Oh yeah. Cool. Check, check, check. Okay. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Damn it. I'm trying. This is tricky for me to get the count in. Simple. I know there's ways I could probably expand on that one, but I kind of like having this like really concise, tiny little loop. Looking in my instrumental binder here to see if there's something I want to play before I move on to singing. Oh, you know what would be fun? Let's do Fisherman's Horizon. I haven't done this one in a long time. That actually would be a really good one to have blue screams on, because it's so like open and ominous that like I feel like you'd get these really creepy vibes from hearing my cat's ominous scream in the background. My cat screams a lot. He's very well taken care of. He's just very emotional. He's very stressed. Blue's had a very tough life. I say that sarcastically. All right, rhythmic metronome. Let's tap it out. Bum, 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 dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. It's a little slow, but I kind of like it. Nextro, thank you for the follow, by the way, as well as Mojo the Hunter, Laroca, OG, and Zombie Girl Kisses. Thank you, guys. I really appreciate it. He's an emotional cat. He's a very emotional boy. Okay, so for this, I do start with the guitar, and then I'll build up 3 string layers on top of that. And I just need to switch my pedal commands, so violin will be 1, 2, and 3. And that should work. Let's go. Oh, I'm trapped in cables. Ornery, what's up? It's good to see you. Hugs. I wanted to wait till your ad was over so I could say hello back. How are you? Okay. Let's do it. Maybe a little closer to the guitar. Pumpkin, oh my goodness. I haven't been called a pet name in a while. My golly. Thank you. 2. Oh, all those are recording. That's not right. Ah! That would have been very loud. We don't want that. Okay, let's go. 2, 3. Robin, thank you for gifting a sub for Ornery. Thank you. Do you want me to play Dragon Roost Silent for you after this? I get a raid? I didn't get a notification for it, but if I did get raided, thank you. Who was it? Yeah, I don't know who it was. Thank you though. I didn't get the notification. I'm just building a loop from Final Fantasy VIII. I hope you like it. That felt really nice to revisit. I can't believe how long I went without playing that song. It's one of my absolute favorite video game songs ever. I just absolutely love it. And felt really nice to come back to it after a little break there. J Gaming, thank you so much for the raid. Sorry for the confusion. For whatever reason, I didn't get a notification of what happened, but I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Cool. And thank you so much for a brand new sub from Rinton. Thank you. And then for Skinny Skills, thank you for a resub for 3 months now. Thank you. Feels like it was just yesterday that you popped in. I can't believe that says 3. And Jove, our conductor of the hype train always. Thank you, Jove, so much for 100 bits. Time flies for sure. Hype train. Let's see. Do I have a loop that's a good hype train vibe? Let's take a look here. Oh, you know what I haven't done for a hot minute? Let's do People Are Strange. This one's fun. And I can use the spoons on it. Oh, and then I'll do Dragon Roost. Oh, sorry about that. And then I'll do Dragon Roost for you, Robin. Is it okay if I do People Are Strange first? Night for Love, Umaru. Taking out the big guns. Thanks for the hype train, everybody. It's amazing to see. Oh, Robin's looking at the list? Perfect. Okay. Take your time then. What was I gonna say? I guess it wasn't that important. Chuck, thank you for 100 bits and the raid earlier. I really appreciate you. I need to get my lyrics. Yeah, one of my Instagram ads was advertising beginner spoons for me. And I was like, well, this is a sign. I have to do it. Here we go. Gotta love an accidental bell ring. People are strange. Here we go. Shmaboo bat down. Wah, 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 wah. There. Okay, think I'm ready. I gotta turn all these off. Readjust the faders. Turn these down. And save those settings. Cool. Nope, I am from Massachusetts. Okay, I know what's going on now. I couldn't figure out what my things were. let's record them. Something simple. Kind of fun. Let's do it on the chorus too. Give me another chance. Hey, little Andy. How are you? Lux, thank you for the follow, as well as Dude Rich. Yeah, baby. Wrong channel.
Faces come out in the rain when you're strange. No one remembers your name when you're strange. When you're strange. When you're strange. Strange. Faces come out of the rain when you're strange. No one remembers your name when you're strange. When you're strange. When you're strange. People are strange when you're a stranger. Faces are ugly when you're alone. Women seem wicked when you're wanted. Streets uneven. Oh, when you're down, when you're strange. Faces come out of the rain when you're strange. No one remembers your name when you're strange. When you're strange. When you're strange. People are strange when you're a stranger. Faces look ugly when you're alone. Women seem wicked when you're wanted. Streets uneven. No, you're down when you're strange. Faces come out of the rain when you're strange. No one remembers your name when you're strange. When you're strange. When you're strange.
Walk With Me in Hell, and Ray Charles. Thanks for the follows, you guys.
People are strange. When you're a stranger, faces look ugly. When you're down, oh, those women seem wicked. When you're unwanted, streets are uneven. Oh, when you're down, when you're strange, faces come out of the rain. When you're strange, no one remembers your name. When you're strange, when you're strange, when you're strange.
Hooray! That was a fun little revisit. That was one of my first loops that I came up with when I first started to learn how to loop here on Switch. Trying to see. I'm seeing some interesting ones here that I should revisit. I'm gonna push myself and see if I can do Ophelia. I learned the bass and the piano line for this song. Heroes? Do you mean David Bowie's Heroes? We could be heroes. I don't know that song. I should have answered that first. I feel like I just gave you hope and led you on. I'm very sorry. It's very awkward now. I'm truly sorry. Cool. I'm gonna do the band's Ophelia. But first, I'm just gonna use the restroom real quick, y'all. It'll take me like a second. Let me put on some music so you're not in silence. I don't want to do that to you. There we go. I just need like 40 seconds. Give me a second.
Then check this out.
Every time I've been playing that clip lately, it's by accident. Which makes it much funnier. Alright. That song's from the remake of Final Fantasy VII. Okay. So I'm gonna do my best to lay this down quickly. This is one that I've struggled with at times before, so I want to get better. This is Ophelia by the band. I'm gonna play bass and then piano and a bunch of stuff. Let me do run one through without it. It's like... I think I basically got it. Let's try it. See how it goes. Also, this sounds out of tune. I should fix that before we even start. Before we go for it. Come on, tuner, give me a note. Here it is. Come on. Okay, let's go. Oh, hello, Justin. Did you forget something today? Like a raid for me? Ooh, I'm so pissed. I'm kidding. Or am I? So close, Joe. Try it again. That was it. Too bad I pressed the pedal and measured too late. I'll shave it off the end. And now it matches. We talking about poop? Nice. Alright, let's get the bridge and then I'll add piano to this. 1, 2, 3, 4. such buildup. It's such a letdown. Okay. It's yeah, baby. Kick drum. Hey, Anna, it's nice to see you. How you doing? Here we go. y'all. What's up? I think we're ready.
Let's do it. Let's go. Hell yeah.
Jen! Thank you so much for the raid. I just finished together putting this loop arrangement of Ophelia by the band. I hope you like it. Can I play something for you after? Just let me know. And I promise I'll play violin at some point. I'm not a fraud. I do actually play violin, I promise. All right, let's sing. And then I'll do a little solo.
Birds on the window, man by the door. Why would anybody leave so quickly for Ophelia? Tell me where have you gone? The old neighborhood just ain't the same. Nobody knows just what became of Ophelia. Tell me what went Was it something that somebody said? Mom, I know we broke the rules. Was somebody up against the law? Honey, you know I'd die for you. Ashes and laughter, the coast is clear. Why do the best things always disappear like Ophelia? Tell me what went wrong.
I forgot which was the bass and which was the piano. Thank you so much again, Jen, for that raid. I saw that you said you were going to be doing a lurk. I hope you enjoy. Get some yummy food after streaming. And in case anyone here is not already following Jen, fix it. You sillies, what are you doing? Stop it. Come on. Introduce myself. Hi, I'm Joe. I play the violin, and I make loops, and I sing on them, and I play video game music. And I hope that maybe some of that you might enjoy. Thank you guys so much. I really appreciate it. I think what I'm going to do next is a original, and then I'll do... I see your request here, Robin. Good choice. That will be fun. I'm going to do an original for you guys, and then the shop theme from Ocarina of Time, which is a very natural, normal flow of music on this channel that totally complement each other. Don't worry about it. Cool. Let's do it. Thank you guys again so much. I really appreciate it. I'm trying to get a handful of loops to a point where I can do them a bit faster and a bit cleaner, a bit more, succinct and everything. I have a fair amount of loops in my pocket that I can pull out pretty regularly. That last one, Ophelia, needs a little bit of tweaking. I can do a better solo on it too. I get scared to solo on that for some reason. So, this is my newest loop arrangement of one of my own originals, and it's called Cut Clean. I hope you like it. A little bit of coffee. And for this, I'll start with the keyboard. And turn this up. Lovely. Does it though? maybe drums next. That was a bit off. Oh shoot, I didn't mean to stop it. Ah, I'm so sorry. Okay, I fixed it. Damn it. Sorry, my drum skills are sucking right now. Let's see. One more time. Okay, there we go. I know the chorus drums are a little off. I'm scared to go fix them. Let's see what the damage is. What? I almost swore too. Shoot. Okay. No swear though. There we go. Save me. Took me a little while to figure out. Thanks for being patient with me. There it is. Backup vocals.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine that? Can you imagine that? Can you imagine that? Can you imagine that?
All right.
I gave myself up over to Leviathan, the first serpent. Knew all the right things to say. I couldn't help myself. I surrendered my gold throne over to the power of primal, swept up in my fray. One thing led to another till I came. It only took one for me to go down. I've grown an obsession for the cutthroat affections of a man I hardly need. Can you imagine that? I know I've got to stop, but I've kept this bottle up too long to give it up that easily. Can you imagine that? I gotta have it if I break this habit. Can I roll with the high up, high up? Can you imagine? Next time you see me, I'll be deadly.
Olya, thanks for the raid. I'm just making. Welcome, raiders. I'm just making a loop arrangement. But if I could play you something when I'm done, I'd love to. Thanks for the raid. This is one of my originals called Cut Clean.
I surrendered my gold throne over to the power of primal, swept up in the fray. One thing led to another till I came. I surrendered.
God, I keep screwing up. I'm such a dummy. Okay, do it. Here we go.
I got caught up in the rush of adrenaline, pumping in straight into my veins. Am I for shame or too far gonna be safe? It only took one for me to go down. Oh yeah, I've grown an obsession for the cutthroat affections of a man I hardly need. Can you imagine that? I know I've gotta stop, but I've kept this bottle up too long to give it up that easily. Can you imagine that?
Trucker, thank you for resub for over a year. Thank you. And you're right. I'm learning to not talk so negatively to myself. Work in progress. All right, let's get a clean verse out.
I gave myself up over to Leviathan, fervent, servant, knew all the right things to say. I couldn't help myself. I got caught up in promises, a little kissy touch that kept me from thinking straight. You could feel the rest out for yourself. It only took one look for me to go down. I've grown an obsession for the cutthroat affections of a man I hardly need. Can you imagine? I know I've got to stop, but I've kept this bottled up too long to give it up that easily. Can you imagine? I've got to have it if I break this habit. Can I roll with the higher power? Can you imagine? Next time you see me, I'll be cut clean. Next time you see me, I'll be cut clean.
Oh my gosh, I was getting all flustered there. I guess I got a little bit intimidated, if I'm being honest. I was feeling a bit shy. With these loops that I'm building, I'm experimenting with a lot of them. Some of them are pretty set in stone, and then some of them I'm still figuring it out, like this one. So I promise some of them are going to be much faster and cleaner than that, but some I do tend to kind of get more experimental and take my time with. Okay, thank you so much for the raid. From Jen, thank you so much. And also from Oya, thank you for the follow from Oya Kimberly. Thank you very much. And all these new follows, Joe for 100 bits, Steeletti for gifting a sub to Jen. Thank you. Raster for the resub for 5 months in a row now. Thank you very much. And Longtime Trucker for officially over a year of subs. Thank you so much. Dang, there's so many people here. I'm trying to be cool, but I might be a little stressed. At least it's on brand for me. For anyone who's new, hi, my name's Joe. I do play violin. I make loops, I sing on them, and I play video game music. I know it's not the most cohesive song list of all time, but it's all songs that I sincerely really care about and that I try to put my heart into whenever I play. So I hope you consider giving a follow and getting cozy and hanging out, and just I appreciate your time. I made a deadline duo to make sure I have something out on Spotify by the end of the year. Whether it's a single or an EP, I don't know yet. I'm just recording and just trying to get it all out there first so I can really look at it and, think on it. So next up, we got the shop theme from Zelda. I'm trying to figure out how I want to do this one. Maybe start with the accordion? I think that could be cool. So let's see. This is bum 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 bum. Am I brave enough to try the melody with it? We'll just go for it. So if I'm building a loop from scratch, I do use this vibrating metronome so that I don't have to hear a tickety-tock sound. And I'm partnered with this company, Soundbrenner. So if you're looking to try a vibrating metronome yourself, you can use my code JoeClearySB to get 20% off. I've been using it now for like 2 months now? Does that sound right? But I've grown to really like it. I think it's helped me a lot with viewing music and rhythm in particular, and just a different mindset. Let's try it. Okay, I think I'm ready. I might make a couple mistakes the first time. I'll try my best though. Oh, it's not hooked up to Ableton. Link. There we go. Okay, let's try it. That goes. One, I should do just the rhythm if I want to be accurate. Let's try it again. Okay, 1, 2. I got off. I can do it though. Give me a chance. There we go. Kind of funky. There's kind of a poopy note in there. I don't know if I should fix it or not. I should fix it. I should fix it. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, and. I could do it. I promise. Oh, there we go. I had to get rid of the poopy note. Should I do violin next? think I hate this. That was pure ear blood for me the entire time. I wanted to see it through though. Oh, I'm so embarrassed. Bummer. I feel like I should have just started with guitar or something. But hey, I committed. I followed through with it. I did the thing. Could I request Time Scar? Yeah, for sure. Let's see. Time Scar. Chrono Cross time. Hyper, thank you for the follow, by the way, if you're still here. Time Scar. Okay. Two tracks. Pause that. And then this. I need to chill. I feel like I let my confidence go down, like a big step down. I gotta take a second here before I do the next one. You're okay, Joe. It's fine. I think there's just been like a lot of excitement today, and I just was putting a lot of pressure on myself where I was like, you gotta do a good job. Do good. Especially now, you got raids from really good people, and you gotta do great. And then I didn't do that great, so I was like, oh crap. Let's take a moment. Thanks, guys. For the Greenlee, thank you so much for the follow. So, if I'm gonna play a song to chill myself out, I'm gonna do Colony 6 from Xenoblade Chronicles. I feel like that one always makes me feel really relaxed. So I'm gonna do that and probably start winding it down anyway. I've almost been playing 5 hours, so that also makes sense. Che, thank you so much, Chevich. I probably said it so wrong. Thank you for the follow. Okay, let's do this song, and then I think I should call it. Probably make sure I get some rest. I have a rehearsal tonight with one of the bands I play in, so I should make sure I have some downtime as well. Thank you guys so much and for letting me always talk about kind of how I'm feeling in the moment. I feel, whenever I admit it, really guilty to be like, I'm stressed right now on camera because, I don't know, I want this to be something that's enjoyable and consistent to watch, and I guess it makes me feel unprofessional to say things like that, but I don't really know what professionalism looks like as a Twitch streamer on the other hand, so like I know I could never say this on stage or anything. That's been something I've been thinking about lately, at least. Good to know for pencils. An hour and a half from now. Okay. Just looking at the clock, making sure I make a mental note. Okay. Let's do this last one, and I'm excited to play this one. It feels really, really good typically, and I think I'll be able to relax in it. Thank you, Cathedora. Ever since the Ophelia loop, my stress on the inside just kept building. I was getting really stressed during that one. And then Cut Clean, I was like, oh god, that took too long to build. And I forgot my lyrics. And then I tried the Zelda one, and that was kind of a disaster. So I was like, oh god. It felt like I was that guy in Greek mythology who tries to roll the boulder up the hill, and it just keeps falling on them. That's how my insides felt. And my heart. Okay, I can do this. We're gonna do our last song here, and I guess I should look for a raid target now that I'm talking about it. Let's see. I'm just taking a look at everybody who's on right now. You know who we haven't rated in a long time? Oh, everyone's saying... Oh, Sisyphus. That's the Greek mythology guy I was thinking of. I want to raid Max. Max the Drums. He's so nice. I haven't seen him for a while. That's my final answer. Let's do it. Cool. And we're going to do Colony 6 as our last song. Thank you again, everybody, for letting me be honest for a moment there. I feel better now that I said it out loud. I'm still pretty shy and vulnerable on stream a fair amount. which feels silly saying in front of this many people, but.
We did it.
Had a bit of a crash at the end, but still, 5 hours. I don't know why I've been doing longer streams lately. I did yesterday really long too. But thank you guys so much again for just letting me be me and talk about what's on my mind and my goals and all that stuff. We're going to raid Max, and I'm going to be live again Thursday at 3 p.m. Central Time, and then Friday at 11 a.m. Central Time. So whenever you guys might want a song or drop by, I'll be there playing music. And I just really appreciate all the support and kindness, everybody. I love you. Please take care of yourself. See you for Babs. And yeah, okay.